boys and girls, moms and dads, brothers and sisters, cats and dogs, welcome to the world of strawberry shortcake.
Who sleeps all night in a cake made of strawberry? Wakes up bright in a cake made of strawberry. Living right in a cake made of strawberry. Strawberry shortcake. Wouldn't you know? Who sweeps her floors in a cake made of strawberry? Plays outdoors of a cake made of strawberry. Games and chores in a cake made of strawberry. Strawberry shortcake. Wouldn't you know? It's love that makes her garden grow, with lots of pretty berries in a row. She greets each day with a berry glow. She's strawberry shortcake. Wouldn't you know? What's it like to stay in a cake made of strawberry? Work and play in a cake made of strawberry. Learn the way of little Miss Strawberry. Strawberry shortcake. And you will know. Strawberry shortcake says she'll know.
Blah. Blah, blah, blah. Wow. Julie, why are you raging already? What the hell? Why are you raging already? I'm almost out of here. I have exactly one Applejack left. Oh, and now I've eaten it. I'm now out of Applejacks, which is unfortunate. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. Ooh. How are we doing today? How are we holding up? How are we feeling? What do we think? Ugh. And are we ready? Are we ready for what is about to come? You're working. Working on what? Work or Blender? Work. Oh. Well, don't get distracted. Welcome back, chat, to Danganronpa. What do you mean too late? We just... Oh my god. Welcome back to Danganronpa. Trigger Happy Havoc. Last we left off... Sorry, my allergies are being funky. Okay. Last we left off, we had found there had been like a double murder of Taka and Hifumi by the Robo Justice thing. We had just discovered it, and we are about to, I don't think we're quite at investigation, but we're like really close to the investigation, which is where we left off. Now we will go back in. Bop. We are here. I don't remember the mission. Let me figure out. Does anyone remember where we were supposed to go? I think we're supposed to go back here? Because Hifumi's body went missing. Taka's entire body is disappeared, leaving nothing but a bloodstain. Are you good? She has pure blood. I don't think we have to worry about anyone else dying, so we can just leave her alone. That's right. So we're not in investigation yet. Let me... That's not it. What is our current mission? Uh-oh. It's probably, you know, safest bet, go to the nurse's office in the dining hall. Find everyone else. Where are the stairs? Oh, I'd better look around first. Celeste, was she early attacked? Okay. But we're not in the investigation yet. Oh, Makoto.
Come on.
Why are you just standing there? We need to get to the repository. Okay, they reminded me. You mean?
Indeed.
I found them. Hifumi and Taka's bodies have both been hidden in the repository.
Goodbye.
I've already told Hina and Sakura. We'll go on ahead. The bodies were in the repository? Okay, so we were looking for their bodies. Where the repository? What is a repository? The body's here somewhere? Up ahead is the repository. Okay, so it's the storage room. The doorknob turned. I guess it's unlocked. And I have no choice but to go inside. So I opened the door, and when I entered, I saw two bodies that had disappeared were right there. The smell of blood made me gag. What I saw before my eyes was unquestionable, unavoidable, unwavering reality. And then I heard the announcement for a second time. Wait a second, I just realized the Stardew Valley music. Why is it still going? I literally paused it. Get out of here, Stardew Valley. I thought something felt weird. I was like, I feel very overstimulated right now. And then I heard the announcement for a second time.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
And so here we are.
It's
Without
the
further ado,
Monokuma
let me give you all the next
file.
Monokuma file. I was going to hand them out when you found the bodies the first time, but I thought something might happen.
What?
It was really hard to resist, but turns out I was right.
Stop talking.
Just hand it over already.
Punishment is waiting
Now
for
make
you.
sure to investigate with all of your metal might and prepare for the class trial.
See ya later!
Well then, now that we found the bodies, all that's left is to uncover the culprit.
What the heck?
Hold on. How can you be so calm? I mean, they're dead, you know?
That's terrible!
Dead, gone forever. They're never coming back. Awful. This is all too awful. Hina suddenly burst into tears. She clutched at Hifumi's lifeless body.
Who would do this?
Why do you care about Hifumi?
Why? Why?
Large wet tears fell from her eyes. The tears landed on Hifumi's cheeks. If this were some world of make-believe, that might have been when Hifumi opened his eyes. But this wasn't a movie. Finally catching another stream just in time for murder. Exactly. Perfect timing. This wasn't...
He's alive again? Where am I? Cold. So cold.
Why is he alive again?
Is winter coming?
Hifumi! Wake up!
Huh? Ah, that's right. I remember now. Hope's Peak.
Come on, you gotta wake up!
I remember everything. before I met you all. I met you all.
His memories are all blending together. He has nothing useful to offer us.
The light. It's reaching out to me like the tail of a comet.
Hey, Hifumi! Who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you?
Who killed me? That's right. I remember. Their name. Yasu. Hiro.
Yasuhiro! His eyes closed, and they never opened again. Death for the second time. Absolute, undeniable death. No matter how many more Hina's tears splashed in his face, there was no second miracle. Reality set in again. This isn't some stereotypical fantasy world. Tears can't restore a person's vitality.
Honestly.
You have no tears, do you? No blood in your veins, no calcium in your bones. At least you have your meat.
Stop talking.
You're just angry. Going out of his way to return just to leave us with those unnecessary dying words. Now this game has become exceedingly boring. He said Yasuhiro, right?
Then perhaps...
Yasuhiro Hagakure, sorry. Yasuhiro Hagakure. That is the only person he could have been referring to.
So, in other words...
And with that, the case is solved. Assaulting people and even killing Taka and Hifumi, and then going so far as to hide their bodies? A criminal that hides his face behind a mask and uses a bunch of giant wooden hammers? Is that what Hiro is?
What is this?
If it's true, I can't forgive him. No way I can ever forgive him. To kill two of our friends.
That's fine.
Anyway, it's about time we track down the culprit and our little life or death game here. Although, this is time, it's not all that life or death. The trial will conclude without much trouble.
Indeed.
Yes, it does look that way. It's going to begin again. We have to go through this one more time. I have to accept it. I have no choice but to go through this to make sure everyone survives. I just have to do it. Investigate! First, I better check the Monokuma file. Victims were Hifumi and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that that they were both killed with a similar weapon. That's it.
Very strange.
It's pretty strange. We got way less information this time than before. That is no problem. After all, the events of this case unfolded before our very eyes. We should know more about what happened than the Monokuma file could anyway. Maybe.
Well.
There is something else that's bothering me. Someone else has been missing for quite a while. Are you talking about Kyoko?
Perhaps.
Without a doubt, she has an alibi for when Celeste and Hifumi were attacked. But what if the killer wasn't acting alone? What if they had an accomplice? An accomplice? An accomplice? What are you doing here?
Monokuma appears!
Don't be rude. I'm just here to answer your question. What question?
Yep.
You're talking about accomplices, right? I'm pretty sure I explained it before, didn't I? During the first class trial.
Speaking of which, I'd like to ask the bear, if there is an accomplice, do they also become blackened?
So you ask, and so I shall answer. Each murder is allowed to have an accomplice, but only the one who does the killing will get to graduate.
So in other words, two people can work together, but one of them has no chance of profiting from it.
Then there's no way anyone would work together, right?
In other words...
Oh,
So then...
I clicked it. I didn't mean to. So you're saying nobody worked together this time either?
Hey,
Sorry, can't answer that. It would obstruct the free exchange of information between you guys. I just wanted to make sure you don't forget, no matter how much you might assist in a murder.
Phew.
Only one blackened can graduate. An accomplice gets nothing.
So, in other words...
Then we only need to figure out who that one blackened is that did the killing, right? Just like normal.
Well...
Okay, let me take this opportunity to clarify the whole shebang. In this class trial, what you need to determine is
Extreme!
the one true blackened who devised the murder plot and put it into action. The true Blackened, so just one person.
Well now.
That's enough, or explainifying. Now it's down to the final battle between all of you and the Blackened. Good luck to all the contestants. So there can only be one Blackened, an accomplice wouldn't benefit. Then I can't see why anyway Kyoko would be connected to this case after all. You may be right. If that's true, then Kyoko, where are you?
However...
As long as she's not connected to the case, it doesn't matter. Let's go back to the investigation.
Indeed.
I have absolutely no doubt that Hiro is responsible. But for the time being, I suppose it can't hurt to pursue further information.
So,
You know, don't you think we should consider a certain someone as a suspect? Just in case. I'm talking about the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack.
What?
What? I'm offended.
Ooh.
You. When did you... I've been looking all over for you, master. Oh, my voices are off today. When I woke up, you were nowhere to be found.
You SOB!
Anyway, you there, milk sack swimmer girl.
Huh?
Milk sack?
You've gotta be kidding!
Why do I gotta be a suspect?
What the heck?
Well, I mean, you are a serial killer.
What?
So what? I'm like a special guest suspect every time? I have an alibi, you know. She's right about that. When we heard Hifumi scream, she was with me. When the bodies disappeared, she was still lying unconscious in the equipment room. Plus, Taka's body aside, I can't imagine any way she would have been able to move Hifumi's body.
Yep.
Besides, I calculate every move I make. I'm not gonna kill someone when everyone knows what I look like. They don't call me the murderous fiend for nothing.
What are you saying?
That's not the kind of thing you should be bragging about.
Let's see.
On another topic, should we post a guard by the bodies like before? We can't have them disappearing again.
So then...
Hina, I can handle that. You don't mind, do you, Hina? Sure. I'd be totally useless on the investigation anyway.
It's all clear now.
Then that's that. Let's begin. This whole thing is so strange. All but one of us has an alibi, so figuring out who did it should be obvious, right? But maybe it's just me. But I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as it seems. Alright. Start by talking to people.
So,
Hey, Makoto? I've been thinking about something. It's about the repository. Huh? What is it? After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split it to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came right to the repository, you know, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. It was locked? And we came here as soon as the search started, so there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There might be some secret lurking in there, but I'll probably have to leave this area to figure it out. There are many aspects to the incident this time. Too many, to be honest. Considering that it may be good to look back on everything that's happened.
So then...
Would you like my help? Not right now. There are hammers of all different sizes hanging on the walls, although some are more like mallets. Mallets. Could the justice hammers have been designed using these as a model? Either way, all the hammers here have obviously seen a lot of use. They're all covered in debris and chalky stone powder. Wait. For some reason, this one hammer isn't dirty at all. And it's wet. Did someone wash it recently? Spotless hammer has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Byakuya. Byakuya, do you really think Hiro did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. The last thing Hifumi said when he died. Yeah, he said Hiro's name.
So in other words...
Then there's no room to suspect anyone else. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume? Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. Because he's the fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kind of dumb. But do you really think that's enough to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere.
What?
And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no, there are a few other things. Like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies? They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is, why'd they bother killing 2 people?
What?
Because the rule says, all the rule says is, if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing 2 people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps. I see. So that's what that means. Is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. What this thing, dude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he'd figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? Taka, he'll never move again. According to the Monokuma file, Taka died from a blow to the head. We found Justice Hammer's 4 near its body in the equipment room. Is that what was used to kill him? And there's a tarp laid out under his body. Did the killer use this to move Taka's body? That way there wouldn't be any blood left behind while the body was moved. Blue tarp. Hifumi's big cold body is lying on the floor. His really big body. I mean, how on earth was the killer able to move someone so big? From the nurse's office where he was discovered to the repository, all the way from the first floor to the third, and all without anyone noticing it. How the hell? It's no good. I just don't get it. I can think about it later. For now, I have to finish investigating Hifumi himself. Remember correctly, Hifumi's fatal injury was also a blow to the head, probably from Justice Hammer 3, which is lying on the floor in the nurse's office. Wait, something's off about his body. Why am I getting this feeling? Something's different. Something about Hifumi's body in the nurse's office versus his body right now. His glasses. When his body was in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. But now they're completely clean. This means someone wiped his glasses off. But who would do that and why? Weird. Interesting. Okay. I think, is that everything in this room? There's only one way in and out of this room. Through the door that Hina said was locked before. There's definitely a lock on the door, but it can only be locked from the inside of the repository. I don't see any way to lock it from the art room. The door can only be locked from the inside of the repository, which makes me wonder. Hina and Sakura confirmed that the door was locked after we started looking for the missing bodies. And the door is designed so it can only be locked from the inside the repository. In other words, when Hina checked it, someone had already gone in the repository and locked the door. When they were done, they unlocked it and left, which is why it is unlocked now. But Hina claims that there's no way someone could have beaten them to the repository, so that certain someone must have already been in the repository, right? Before the investigation. Keep looking around a little more? Who? Do I have to do Sakura's thing?
So then.
This morning, only 4 of us met up at the dining hall. Hina, Kyoko, you, and myself. Okay. So, Hina, Kyoko... Okay. We waited for the others, but nobody showed up, so we decided to go look for them. It was around 8 o'clock when we began our search. Soon after we split up, Kyoko disappeared. So we still don't know where Kyoko is. She's the one with the purple one. After that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor, then quickly came and got you and me. So we began a search for everyone. Kyoko disappeared. We haven't seen Kyoko since we began the search for everyone else. And Hina found Celeste in the rec room, where she was attacked. According to Celeste, she was attacked by a suspicious individual and laid unconscious for about an hour. In other words, she was attacked an hour before we found her. Meaning just after 7 o'clock. Based on the picture Celeste took, we discovered her attacker was dressed in a strange costume. It was Robo Justice. Also became clear that this Robo Justice had dragged Hifumi away. After meeting up with Toko and Byakuya, began searching for the costumed assailant. They were likely like in the library or something, because that's fucking where Byakuya always is. Found an injured Hifumi in the library on the 2nd floor. So Hifumi was hit in the library, so they weren't in the library, they were somewhere else. Took him down in the nurse's office on the 1st floor, then resumed our search. Not long after leaving the nurse's office... What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around the top of the stairs. Based on Celeste's claims, we went back up to the 2nd floor, where we were split up and began searching. Then right after that, Celeste screamed. This time she apparently had seen the suspect on the 3rd floor. Hearing her screams, we quickly made our way to the 3rd floor. And then... came from downstairs. It must have been Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. At that point, we decided to split up into 2 groups. Celestine and I went back to the nurse's office, while you, Byakuya, and Toko pursued the suspect up on the 3rd floor, and we got back to the nurse's office. Found Hifumi's corpse. Which is also when we heard the Battery Discovery announcement play. Left Celeste and Hina alone and headed back to the 3rd floor to tell the others what had happened.
However...
At the same time, we had discovered Taka's body in the equipment room, which means Hifumi and Taka's bodies were discovered right around the same time. So I remember hearing the Body Discovery announcement play right after finding Taka. That's when we showed up and told you and Byakuya that Hifumi had been killed. You, me, Byakuya all headed back to the nurse's office, leaving behind Toko, who had fainted. As soon as we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who just arrived to tell us something very unusual. Hifumi's body has disappeared. Okay, so I'm starting to piece things together. So, none of us could have... Here's what I'm thinking so far, right? Would you guys like my thoughts, or do you want me to hold it for the trial? Do you want my thoughts and suspicions, or do you want me to hold it for the trial? Okay. As someone who's played before, I'd like thoughts. Okay, I have played this game before, many years ago. So I don't remember all the details of every trial, but sometimes I remember who the culprit is. In this case, I know the culprit. but I will not say who it is. However, I do not know the details of the case. I do not remember, like, everything. I don't remember anything except for who done it. Alright, that's the only thing I know. So my theory is that because... So my theory is that because, Taka and Hifumi, they had, like, that rivalry over Chihiro. They were kind of, like, you know, vehement, I don't remember what the word is, but, you know, towards each other. They didn't like each other. Using the details that we've learned so far, being Hifumi, was not moved on a tarp. Hifumi's glasses were wiped off. Hifumi came back from the dead. And no one else could have moved his body. I do not think Hifumi was dead when everyone found his body in the nurse's office. I think Hifumi was still alive. I think Hifumi is the accomplice. Actually, I think Hifumi is one of the killers. I think there were 2 killers, and Hifumi was one of them. I think Hifumi worked with someone else and killed Taka. Then pretended to play dead, and the body discovery announcement happened at both times. So that body discovery, like right after both bodies were discovered. I think that was timed intentionally so that only one body discovery announcement played, which was for Taka's body. That's my thoughts. Then Hifumi got up after everyone left. I think Hifumi got up, wiped off his glasses, went to the 3rd floor, and then was betrayed by his accomplice. I think that's what happened. This is completely off of speculation, like I said. The only thing that I do remember about this particular case from playing this game back in 2020, is whodunit. All the details of the case are a mystery, but this is what I think happened. So we hurry back to the nurse's office to discover that his corpse was in fact gone. Then remember that we had abandoned the unconscious Toko and rushed back to the equipment room. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something? Let's see. Okay. This time Taka's body had disappeared. So from there we began our searches for both the missing bodies. And after some time, Celeste told us she found the bodies and we'd all headed to the repository. And there we discovered the 2 bodies that had apparently vanished. And that brings us up to now.
However,
looking back, things have certainly been active. Yes, they have. If you want to look back at the case again, just let me know anytime. Oh wait, can I, like, look at the paint? No, just the hammers. Can I leave now? Look around here a little more. At what? We already did this. We already looked at that. Oh. It's a dolly, it doesn't have a handle. I saw this in the art room before. I guess it's used to move statues around. It's kind of awkward, but if you bend down, it's not too hard to use. But wait. Wasn't this in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? And look at the wheel. There's a blood stain on it. Oh. So there's blood on the wheel of the dolly that was moved from the equipment room to the repository. What's the explanation for that? It was probably used to move a body. First, the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, in the equipment room where Taka was found. That... Okay, so that could have been used... Well, no, because it was in the other room. It's in the 3rd floor. Plus, that wouldn't work to go upstairs. I was going to say, this would allow anyone to move Hifumi's body. But... not upstairs. That wouldn't work going upstairs. So it was probably used to move Taka's body. I don't think there's anything I need to investigate in the art room. Let's go to the equipment. Where is that? I get so lost. Here we go, the physics lab. Okay. Just Hammers 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. There's some kind of tire marks going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. Yep, so there's... That was used... Yep, the dolly in the repository was used to move Taka. Yeah. Which means Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Both rooms are on the floor, so that should definitely have been possible. Yep. Okay. Even if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with the dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, that's all that there is in there. And there's nothing in here. Okay, so now the nurse's office. There's another floor. Where is the nurse's office? Did I pass it? Ah. I get so lost. There's Celeste. Let's see. Justice Hammer 3, the one that used to kill Hifumi. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. What are you investigating, Celeste? I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hiro might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, you know, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes,
Correct.
indeed.
Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone? We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in a short amount of time.
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Celeste account. Okay. Is there anything else here? I feel like... Okay, there is. Let's see. Something was showing up. The camera? That's not gonna help. What else there? Oh. A refrigerator. I wonder if there's anything to drink inside. After everything I've been through, I'm totally parched. Maybe just a quick peek. There's a bunch of blood packets in here for blood transfusions, I guess. It doesn't help me, though I'm not a vampire. It's just a normal trash can, huh? Wait, there's something inside. It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. But it's covered in blood. Okay, I think I might... Did you find something? Yeah, there was a cleaning cloth in the trash can.
Huh?
A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belonged to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me either, but I think it might be important. So that's, like, very clearly Hifumi's. So I think I am quite right in my suspicions of how this is playing out. So I think I know how this whole case is going. But we need to find Yasuhiro. And I do think I know where he is, actually. Because this is something else that I think I remember from playing it back during the pandemic. I think he's in here. I could be wrong. I might be getting mixed up with, like, one of the other games that has a pool. This locker sure is big. This locker sure is big. Thank you for that. Alright. I think he's in there. I think he's hidden, just stashed in that locker. For some reason. Or I think, like, that's where, like, the suit is. I don't know. But maybe I'm completely wrong. Where is Yasuhiro? Actually, where else do we need to investigate? I guess we should go to the library. Because that's where one of the attacks was. So, Justice Hammers went through... Oh, and the rec room. Wait. Wasn't there a hammer in here before? I thought there was a hammer in there before. Hold on. Wait, am I wrong? Because didn't she say Hifumi was attacked in there? Okay, there's that one. Celeste, was she really attacked just number one? But what the heck is with this thing? What am I missing? Where else do I need to go? Let's look at the map and figure out where everyone is, because I probably need to talk to everyone. Oh, here. The equipment room. But I already did that. The repository. It says there's, like, more in the equipment room? Is that what that means? Hold on. Let me talk to her again?
What?
No, there's nothing here. Okay, the map is lying to me. Why is... That's so weird. The nurse's office. So that's where the 2 murders took place. Where's everyone else? Wait, where is everyone? I'm confused. Where is everyone? What else do I have to investigate? I thought I investigated everything. What am I missing? Check out the school first, but I did. What else is not... The bathroom, maybe. It's the girls' bathroom. Obviously, I can't go in. Why not? Because it doesn't let you leave an area that needs investigating until you've thoroughly investigated it. So what am I missing? So Justice Hammer 1. Because there were 4, right? So Hammer 1 is there. Maybe we should look at the gym. Maybe there's something in here. Maybe I'm confused. Oh, I forgot about the money. $10 million is positively unrealistic amount of money. Why is this why they had to die? Okay. Leave the gym. Leave the area. Random hallway that leads to nowhere. Okay. What? Okay. Wasn't there a hammer in the library? I'm so lost. Do y'all know where else I need to investigate? Because I feel like I've investigated everything. So that's number... Wait, that's number 1, right? So what was the one downstairs? What was the number in the nurse's office? Was that number 2? Wasn't Byakuya here earlier? Byakuya was here earlier at the beginning of the investigation, which means he's gone somewhere. Where did Byakuya go? Oh, that's right. He walked off and went away somewhere. It let me leave this area, so there shouldn't be anything. The locker, there's nothing too remarkable about it, yeah. Because if there was something to investigate, it wouldn't let me leave. So that's 4. So 1, 4. Let's go look at the nurse's office and see which hammer that was. Three. Where's number 2? It should have been in the library, right?
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
I'm thoroughly confused as to what else I'm meant to investigate. Okay. Okay, so I can see the map if I do that. That helps. I just don't understand. One of the hammers was in the other room was wet. Like it had been washed. Do we need to figure out where they could have washed it? Is that what? Let's see. One of them become wet, apparently been washed recently. Two of 9. Wait. Is that just because it's all I have, or is that all I'm gonna get? There must be someone I haven't talked to yet. Right? Talk to you, talk to you, talk to Byakuya, talk to Toko, talk to Celeste. The only people I don't know where it is Kyoko. And Hiro. I guess I should just start searching classrooms. Have you found Hiro yet? No. I thought I knew right where he was, but it was like, oh, that's just a really big locker. And I'm like, okay, can I open said really big locker? Because I think that's where Hiro is. If I remember correctly. Which maybe I'm just remembering wrong and I'm dumb, but I don't know. Locker where? In the pool. So I thought that there was something significant about the locker in the pool. Not those steppies, actually. Here, I'll show you where I mean. Because I'm fucking lost. But when I went to it, it was like, oh, that's nothing. And I'm like, but why? I thought it was something. Maybe I'm just dumb. Let me, and then this bathroom didn't hold anything. And I can't go in the girls' bathroom. And there's no leave. Because I thought if I were to go in here. See that right there. It's just like, dang, this locker sure is big. And I'm like, isn't there stuff inside of it? Can I look in, please? And then I thought, maybe I'm just dumb and he's behind the, like, in the gym or something. But it's like, it lets me leave, so there it must be something that I can't do yet. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm very confused. And I don't know where Kyoko is. And it won't let me go into the area with all the, like, rooms. It's like, investigate the school first. And I'm like, I've investigated the school. What do you mean? Because I've done the rec room. I've done the only thing I can think of is, like, there's two things that's, like, that locker. I've got my sights on that locker for some reason. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong there. But then also, wasn't there a hammer here? And now it's not. Like, this is where Hifumi was originally attacked, right? Where's Justice Hammer 2? I think that's... I know there's the washed hammer, so I'm assuming that's Justice Hammer 2. But why it won't let me acknowledge that it's no longer where it was before? You're asking if Hifumi was... So, I remember, didn't Hifumi originally... I thought Hifumi was hit in the head twice. By two different hammers. Because there was Justice Hammer 1, which hit Celeste. Justice Hammer 2, which is missing. And we found Hifumi in the library. Then took him down to the nurse's office. We found Hifumi in the library. Took him to the nurse's office where he was attacked with Justice Hammer 3 and killed, in quotes. Because I don't believe he was actually killed. Then Justice Hammers 4 is at Taka's body. And now Justice Hammers 2 is missing, but there's a washed hammer upstairs in the repository. Which is clearly Justice Hammer 2, because it's the only one that's missing. But I need to figure out either, what I'm missing is either where the hammer was washed, where it used to be, or where the fuck Kyoko and Hiro are. So now I'm just going in classrooms. So nothing was at the library or in the nurse's office. So we already looked in the nurse's office. In the nurse's office was Justice Hammer, right? And I'm like, you don't need to worry. Yeah, don't, like, obviously we're not trying to spoil anything, but, clearly you and I have fuzzy memories of this case. I remember who done it, and that's about it. And now I'm thoroughly confused. Ugh, don't mind me, I needed water. So... I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing, because up in the repository, like I said, we found the cart that dragged Taka. This is gonna be like bloodstains on the floor. Let me go upstairs and look at the floor, because maybe that's what I'm missing. From like when... Let's see. So it would have been... If we go through here... Is there, like, blood on the floor or anything? I don't see any blood trails. I don't think that's normally how they would do this. Yeah, I didn't think so. Never any clues in the walkable areas. That's what I didn't think there was. That's not normally what they would do. So, we found these two here, right? We found that he was dragging a tarp. We found that Taka was taken. Where'd the tarp come from? Maybe that's another question. Where did the tarp come from? Basically, this is what we've deduced, right? whoever wheeled Taka to this room, put him on this and wheeled him over here. So Taka's body was in the equipment room. He was put on this cart, which was in there, and wheeled over here. And laid on this tarp. Brought into this room. My theory is that Hifumi just walked up here and then got attacked. And this is when he actually died. You can see that there's slots for each of these hammers. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Which means that the hammers came from here and were likely painted. One hammer was washed. Actually, wait. One hammer should be extra here and was washed. That's likely to be Justice Hammer 2. So it's actually probably 1, 2, 3, and 4. Or for the slots. I'm not really sure though. So one hammer was washed. And that's gonna be Justice Hammer 2. Because Justice Hammer 2 is not in the library anymore. Which is where I'm certain it was before. Because if we talk to her, we can go through this again.
So then.
Okay. So we were in there, waited for nobody. And we split up. Kyoko vanished. Kyoko's gone. Haven't seen Kyoko. Don't know where the fuck she is. Celeste in the rec room on the 3rd floor. That's where Justice Hammer 1 was. She had the camera, which took photos of this. Yep, we found Hifumi in the library. Took him down to the... So he was injured in the library. I'm trying to remember where the tarp could have come from. Wasn't there one in the science room? Maybe. Hold on, let me spam through this, because now we gotta go through all of this. So Celeste started dragging us all around everywhere. And then Hifumi was attacked downstairs. Hifumi was dead. Taka was dead. One body notification played. Celeste and Hina went AFK for some reason, and then the body was gone way too fast. And then we found them both up here.
However.
Okay. In the science room, we think maybe we need to figure out where the tarp came from. The science room, or I think the pool locker room? Like the area before the locker rooms? Either or, I think, is where it could have come from. Let's see. Science room. I'm going in the wrong direction. Are there tarps in here? Not related to the case. Okay, thank you. Okay, so... let me go see. The art room might have tarps, but I feel like we've investigated the art room so thoroughly. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So, not in the back room of the science room? The thing is, if it was in the back room of the science room, because that room didn't let me leave until I investigated everything in it. Because that's, like, this game will hold you hostage in a room until you click everything that's important. So, because I investigated it earlier, I clicked all the clues that were in there. You know what I mean? But I don't understand, because, like... Wait, where am I going? Because, like, when you try to leave a room when there's more clues, it'll be like, oh, I haven't, maybe I should look around a little more, and then it won't let you leave. Okay, so let's see. We've talked to Hina, we've looked at the hammers, we've looked at Taka's body, we've talked to Big Lady, we've looked at the cart, we've looked at Hifumi's body, and we talked to... There. Oh wait, the back room of the science room. Let me go back. Sorry, I'm getting lost. Science room, science room, science room. Because the back room of the science room is where Taka's body was originally. Oh my god! Why did it let me leave then? Because it's not an actual clue? Because what? I just get a coin for it? It's not an actual clue? I'm confused. So, looking at the tarps only gave me a little coin. So maybe now if I go back into the art room and click the tarps again. Oh, Byakuya! Jesus! So this is where I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this game of ours a little interesting indeed. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. Meet in the dining hall. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more exciting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
Okay. No, Byakuya, it's a tarp. He said go to Hiro's room. Okay. So really all I had to click was that tarp, which it didn't even count as a clue, mind you. It only gave me a coin. It didn't add it to my truth bullets or nothing. It was just like, alright, here's a coin for your troubles. Not mandatory, you can leave. This game. I have the upset. Chat, I'm upset. Alright, Hero's room. Sometimes the best way to play this game is to not think of the coding process. But when they set us rules, you know, when they have rules set in these games, you know. Yasuhiro. The door is unlocked. I guess I can go inside. Byakuya did say to go look, but it might not be a great idea. May not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. Okay. Oh, wow. What the hell? This hero's room, it's all kinds of weird stuff in here. He's really decorated his room. Where'd he even get it all from? That's what I'm saying. More importantly, he still hasn't turned up, which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? Okay. Let's start somewhere. It's a normal bed, pretty much just like the one I have in my room. I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something and some things made out of, it looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster. It's Robo Justice, and it's in Hero's room. These blueprints, something about them bothers me. Robo Justice have the arms bend like this. Okay. Soundlessly check the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy, though. How does the bathroom even get this dirty? He collects. Mikala! What's wrong? Found Kyoko. Oh, where is she? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. How? What? Robo Justice? It was Hero wearing the costume.
Okay.
Anyways, as soon as you can, head to the pool on 6th floor. I fucking knew it! Oh, Jesus. Kyoko!
I mean...
Phew, man, I've had the worst day. Hero? Okay, we're gonna talk to Kyoko first.
Right.
I found Hiro. He was jammed in the pool room locker. I knew it! It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean!
I still can't believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace.
Well,
There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. I can't never mind.
it's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying from the
And?
mastermind? First of all, Hiro, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean...
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. For 1 second I was asleep, didn't even know how that happened. Then I woke up, and I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me to just look at you.
Huh?
Let
me
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help. Why would you make something that you can't get off by yourself?
You got it all wrong!
I didn't make this stupid freaking thing.
it would seem...
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. It took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hiro out of the suit. It took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hiro?
So then...
More to the point, nobody but Hiro would be able to wear that costume. Wait,
Wait,
what? Hold on a second.
Honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it's obvious to everyone that you made this costume. It's true, I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be...
Then it's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone
That's terrible!
was Hiro. Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else.
What?
Tie me up! Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake Hiro running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costumed attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine, if you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat, Hina started putting on the Robo-Justice costume.
Huh.
See?
Look.
Oh.
See how loose it is? I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, now you're all out of excuses.
Um...
No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then... Makoto, go to head. Okay. Against my will, I picked up the pieces off the floor and tried putting them on. It's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I could wear this.
Just a second!
See, I told you it wasn't impossible. You are absolutely right. It seems the costume was made to fit Hiro's body exactly.
But...
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same, but fits them.
Honestly.
If you insist on this line of defense, then show us some evidence.
What the heck?
Evidence? You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one with an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is it really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? Can we talk to Kyoko again? She looks like she's kind of lost in thought. Not like she's in the mood to talk. I better leave her alone. Where the fuck have you been? Seems looking more and more like it really was a setup.
What the heck?
There's no way talking your way out of this one. You did it. Everyone knows.
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, 2 people were killed. Taka and Hifumi. What? 2 people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please.
I did not!
Huh?
Wait, hold on. If those 2 are the ones that were killed...
How about that?
That's it. I know who did it.
So then...
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right?
I'm at least 30%
Which means alter ego and or Chihiro must have done it.
Correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please.
Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay?
I'm
telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh, so
I
then.
know that note. Note? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The last thing I remember was going to the rec room, and then for some reason I fell asleep.
Hey.
Real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So...
No, hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
Well, really? I told you, someone's trying to set me up. Secret passage, a chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here for so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
Just a second.
Okay, then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my pocket.
No way.
Looks like I lost it.
Ah.
Yeah, sure.
Please.
You gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must produce evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us reason. What the heck? For serious? Okay. Now then, shall we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why did you kill him? Tell us, Hiro. No, it's like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why. Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. What? Damn! If you really have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for evidence, right? What? You're right. I need to look for the second suit and that note. I guess I better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko or Genocide Jack to switch with me. She said Sakura, if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hand. Bye. One by one, everyone peeled away.
Makoto.
Ugh. Kyoko, where the fuck were you? I want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Where were you? Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have the time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. To reject me so simply.
Anyway,
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? Okay. Makoto, stand your ground!
shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we go?
Hey.
So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. Examine the corpses. I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. The truth is far more... They tell the truth far more easy than the living.
Hey.
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway,
we have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. Okay. So now we're going back to the repository. Bless. Thank you. Oh, goodness graciousness. Okay, we bring Kyoko in here. Hifumi and Taka. For a moment, Kyoko seemed to go rigid, but only for a moment.
So then...
Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka and without hesitation began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
Motokun's file was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth, she was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable. Okay. So I guess we just talk to her again.
I see.
Makoto, I found something. You did?
Hey.
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore in his left hand? He did?
Whew.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you dislike other people that much? No, it's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch.
So then...
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? It's most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6?
That's right.
But last night, Taka's watch definitely wasn't broken.
In other words...
So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning it must have happened at 6 this morning. Broken wristwatch. Okay, so Taka died at 6 a.m. Damn,
However...
Kyoko. And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. You're right, there's something right.
Makoto.
Can you try to pry it out?
Because...
Rigor mortis already said it. Boys are better suited to this kind of manual labor, right? Okay. As much as I didn't want to aggress Taka's cold hand, the ice-cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop breathing. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. Piece of paper.
Hey.
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it?
Is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then...
Perhaps he left us a few clues. Okay. So we got scrap of paper from Kiyotaka. And now... So, did you find anything? I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. What a paper!
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden.
Indeed.
He'd stuffed it in his pants, so I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see. In his pants? So wait, you...
Why is that?
It was just his pants, not like his socks or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up. Right, think of how it was stuffed out his pants. It's like, it's better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. A note. I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
So...
Sounds very familiar. That's it. That's the same thing that Hiro said. That he was telling us the truth.
However...
Although, it's not the exact same, is it? At 1 a.m. The time is different. Hiro told us that his note said to me at 1 a.m. The note they wrote to Hifumi asked to meet up at 6.
Is that right?
Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him.
So...
Part of it has been torn off. I think there's likely some meaning there. There's some meaning of the part being ripped off. Could you explain a little more? I think carefully.
Hey.
Pushing this so tightly.
So then...
But if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it, what if it was something more important? And how could would something important like that be become a mere scrap of paper? So it was basically what she's trying to get is at Hifumi ripped the note from Taka's hand. This note was meant for Taka.
Hey.
Should tell you one other thing. The two victims this time definitely had their e-handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with the murders that were carried out. Not that there was any reason to think that they were connected to the killings in the first place. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time, right?
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, that the handbooks may play a role. Handbooks may play a role, I don't think I understand. We would have... But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I better keep it in mind. Okay, now we have everything. Are y'all ready for the trial?
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin! Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
It would seem...
It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to a proper conclusion. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, we'd better get going. Okay. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation, and they were gathered by the red door. As soon as we were all there...
Monokuma appears!
Hello, hello, hello! He's multiplied!
Wrong.
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it only looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell us which one is the real Monokuma? Whew. Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy,
you're not playing along.
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey!
And if everyone is here and ready to go, please board the pain train or the elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Okay then, shall we?
Please.
Hold on, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, Hiro. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
I told you already I didn't do it for serious. That reminds me, did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but how unfortunate. Then it would seem we have our culprit.
Hey.
This isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. I have to. I have to do it. I can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two that lost their lives. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka, the one who killed two of our friends. The killer is someone right here. Alright, let's talk to him. Do we want to talk to them all?
Damn.
I don't like Monokuma's carefree attitude. Were you listening? Wait till we get to the courtroom to begin your arguing.
Just the worst.
Let's hurry up and go so we can make Hiro pay for his crimes. It would appear the culprit has been confirmed. This trial will be over in no time. Hey, the story begins when we get down there. It wasn't me, you gotta believe me.
Yes, yes.
Come on, Big Mac, let's do it. Alright guys, you ready? So here we go. We're going in. I took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, the doors closed on their own, and the steel box began to move. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. I'm not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors slid open, opening up onto a cruel fate. Well, I see you all gathered together like this. I realize just how few of there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its climax.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other? What? Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course I'm gonna start it. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed class trial after this commercial break. I never hold on you like that. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Yes, we would like to save. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna grab a water and a little snacky out of my mini fridge that I can munch on while we start. Give me 1 second here. Oh, goodness gracious. Where's my water bottles? Here we go. More water. And... oh, that's not... no way. Where's my spoon? Where did my spoons go? There they are. Okay. Alright. Let's look at our skills. We actually have new skills. We have a shit ton of new skills. So let's set our skills. Steadies your aim a little, effective during non-stop debate and hangman. Okay, I like that. Focused and engage recovery more quickly, effective during non-stop debate and Hangman's Gambit and bullet time battle. Okay. Increase bullet capacity. Event during the bullet time. Increase the time limit for each phase. I think we can get rid of that. replace it with this. And we'll see how this goes. Alright. Let us begin. Strawberry parfait.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it!
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
Don't try and deny it! You killed them!
I didn't! Someone knocked me out! I was asleep the whole time! I don't know anything about it!
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Who are you calling a murderer?
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence. Blueprints for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know, I don't know!
I already ran out of snack. This is unfortunate. Alright, make your argument! Yasuo just mentioned his Robot Justice Blueprints, Robot Justice costume.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true, it's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough.
That's not right.
Shoot!
It's always so hard to tell, like, what...
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
Okay.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not true, it's a conspiracy!
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
How is it that you...
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I'm a little confused.
I don't know anything about that stuff! It's not...
Let me look at control scan, influence gauge, focus gauge, concentration, fast forward, control key to speed up the debate. Oh, there's the fast forward, weak spots. Firing truth bullets, loading truth bullets, quick select. Target a weak spot and then hold down the left mouse button. You can use that weak spot as a temporary truth bullet later in the argument. Ah. So if you target a weak spot and then hold down the left mouse button, you can use that weak spot as a temporary truth bullet later in the argument. Okay. These flashbacks will disappear as soon as you switch. Use them or switch to another truth bullet. Okay. Silencer, you can eliminate white noise. Okay, so we might need to do that.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second!
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
Robo Justice blueprints. The Robo Justice
I don't know
costume.
anything about that stuff.
Yasu's
It's not
hero's
true.
message.
It's a conspiracy.
I need to look at my truth bullets. Okay, I think
Hero,
it's gonna
why?
be this. The message
did you
on the
kill them?
blueprint.
No, just hold on a second.
Because the handwriting doesn't match.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are...
There it is.
No.
Sometimes it's like really weird. So I thought I hit it with that, but then it's like the aim isn't working. I don't know. You gotta hit it at like
Are we
such a
sure
certain time.
Hero really made those blueprints?
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on. I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
So, Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro's innocent as well.
Hey, Byakuya's on our side.
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit?
Well, I think it was Hiro.
Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
I don't think so. I think
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit. Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
And of course he passes it off to me.
So? Who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
It was Hiro.
Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been.
But like, he can't get in that suit on
Obviously,
his own.
he was the one in that particular suit. And we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hiro is the prime suspect.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hiro didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hiro was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What? Now that's a bold assumption.
And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that, there's something else we need to clarify first.
Okay.
So let's get that out of the way.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
We're doing that now?
It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
Yeah, it was a tarp and a
Makoto,
dolly.
Can you tell us what they were?
I got it! I got it!
They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
The attitude.
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue
Why is
tarp,
Byakuya
right?
handsome?
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there, and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing. I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But when the body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body, am I right? But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
Yes.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room.
How do you know what it's specifically
Is it not
for?
possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
I love Byakuya.
There is no shame in being wrong. Nobody expects much from you anyway.
Shut the fuck up, bitch!
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around
I've
you.
solved most of these cases! I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. Maybe I can change her mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository because of the blood on the wheels and the tracks. Oh god, a new element has been added to bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more? Reloading. Starting with the next bullet time battle, we're gonna add one more ingredient to the recipe. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements, but from now on, just locking on and pressing the left mouse button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. You can't reload by pressing the tab key. Just like locking on, you have to press the tab key at time with the tempo marker. Oh my god. Basically, just remember that the tab key now has a function along with RMB and LMB buttons. You'll automatically reload at the start of fever time and your ammo will not decrease. But if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all, in which case you can ignore everything I just said. Well then, good luck and have fun. Oh god. Are y'all ready to watch me suffer?
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere.
Okay.
Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. I cannot agree.
This should prove it. If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread.
Only one of the best mini games. It stresses me out so bad.
As they wheeled the body out of the room.
I struggle.
And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Does Celeste really hate me that much? Probably.
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Okay. Why'd we have to do that now?
Yeah. The subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
A distraction.
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Because the suit can't bend at the waist. The suit can't bend at the waist, and in order to point that dolly, you would need to bend over, because they does not have a handle.
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
But you can't!
No, that's wrong! You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low. But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together, remember?
I'm blind as a bat in here. I can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible!
Load
Not that
the
I can say
body
for sure
onto
myself.
the dolly.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
No, because you can't take it off alone.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help. Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make this stupid freaking thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hiro wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that? Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
The guy that hit me. What guy? Robot Justice Earth. That's what I'd like to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question. The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility? Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened.
Oh,
I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw a shadow, something moving around the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that...
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him. Strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
Huh? Well, what was that? It came from downstairs. It must have been... Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time. Because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us, and she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body has disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
Just running back and forth. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository. Which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
It is.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. Alright, here we go again. Y'all ready? Okay. Broken wristwatch is probably going to be the option. Or Yasuhiro's message, maybe.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi. Or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi. Or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
That's not right. Okay.
Shoot!
So, regarding Taka's death,
I wonder if he... Or perhaps it was... We already know what order they... Taka came last.
So that's not
what makes you say that?
A weak point.
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Can I take one of their things?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died.
This part is
before
always the
Hifumi.
part that gets me, because
Or
it's like
perhaps it was
so
after?
vague.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say
Maybe I
that?
need to get Justice Hammers and shoot what order.
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before he...
Or perhaps it was... We already know what order they were killed.
Yeah, that's it. Got it.
No, that's wrong. Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers. If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi?
Yes.
Okay then, let's see the proof.
The watch. Are we doing Hangman? Where's the tea? Give it to me. There we go.
Now I understand. I got it. Taka's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night...
It was functioning. Hey, you, how long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
So if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
So that would be why the time wasn't
And before
included
Celeste
in
was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
Monokuma file.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
Because that would
That
have
simple
really
fact slipped past all of us.
helped
We
everything.
made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That's true.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
I already read that out loud once. We're not
When we
reading
heard
it again.
Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko.
Where was Kyoko?
Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body. That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
He's
Don't just go making stuff up.
Exactly.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream.
Right.
Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct?
Yes.
And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
She was passed out.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
That's true. She's very tiny.
Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
That also.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how. In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
Yeah.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time? It would seem so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Hehehe, I was right.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another ghost!
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is... we thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
He was... alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That... it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? Yes! I think so. I think that's exactly what happened. Broken restoration bloodstain a Celeste account.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
She's speaking in a lot of
Surely
absolutes,
you heard
ain't
the
she?
body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you
so we might
saying
need to
that
take
when
that
we first
one.
found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
So I think we need to steal the last one
is
again and
why
put it
the
there.
announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi and the nurse, there's a chance you...
No. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with Hifumi's dead body had been found.
But so had Taka's.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if 2 bodies had been found, there really should have been 2 announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty.
Huh?
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
We did? The second body discovery announcement, the first time it played, was when we found each body in the nurse's office in the equipment room. Second time was when... just after Hifumi came in. No, I don't think it was.
Shoot!
Second body discovery announcement. First time played was when we found each body in the nurse's equipment. When both bodies were rediscovered?
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
I didn't realize that.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
Then in reality, when the 2 dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
The trash can cloth.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
That's not helpful.
That is the worst logic I have ever heard. But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
There has to be proof that Havoc is alive. So the fake the blood transfusions bags and then the glasses. I think it's gonna be the glasses.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
That's wrong.
No, that's wrong. In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
Let's see.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear.
Yeah.
This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right?
It is.
And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles. From Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
It was Hifumi's.
So what you're saying is... what exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But why would anyone else do that?
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Then it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet.
Goes upstairs,
and with that,
moves
the
Taka's
impossible
body.
task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead, what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies. He probably used one of those.
Yeah.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere! But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done! God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
Hifumi.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
The door was locked? Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository. So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
Yes, please.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto?
Do I?
The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
The note! It was the note. Where is the note? Where is the note? It's not here. Not there. Where is the note? That's not it. That's it.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Yes, his pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants
Why
for
are they
now.
talking so much
Take
about
a look
his
at what the
pants?
note says.
I put him to hole, maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so all anyone know for now is we need the equipment at 6 a.m. blah blah blah. Yeah, we know. We read this note multiple times.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
No, this one's different. Yours said 1 a.m.
Wait, this one's a little different.
That's what I just
In my
said.
note it said,
1 a.m.
Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
Right.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been...
Me, Hifumi's pants, or Taka?
I got it! That's right!
Could it have
Taka.
been Hifumi's pants, chat?
The
Do
killer
we think
used
it was
this note
Hifumi's pants?
to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
What do you?
I don't
what do you
really
want, bitch?
understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right? So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy! Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right? Ugh! Yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Alright. Where are we at now? Make your argument. Oh god, that's so many!
Huffy
None
had
of
the
those
note,
are-
right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
Oh my god.
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter!
Yes, it does.
The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
Yes, it does!
No, that's wrong.
Because his wristwatch, we know he died at 6 a.m.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at
Guys, I
6
need more
a.m.,
snackies.
which is the same time Taka was murdered. We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The equipment room, right?
That's where Taka was killed.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Let's see what kind of snacks I got here.
Well, when you put it like that... No further objections!
Then
got chocolate.
someone used that note to trick
That's
Taka.
spicy.
Just the same as me. Ugh. The culprit really is a cold-blooded
I also
monster.
chips, but they're
Telling
spicy.
people they'd found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less!
Most likely, Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
I have cookies.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Proof that you took the note. Where's the scrap? Scrap. There it is.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of
Search
paper.
it. That was Kyoko. Give our bitch some credit.
If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
Yup, they're from the same piece of paper.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note.
I have spicy chips.
There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
Yep.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Sorry, no. When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
You say that, but he did come
The
back to
second
life.
body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So, he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Unless you were together.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Why are you so mean?
Who are you calling a walrus?
She's so mean to Aoi.
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
Yeah. And number 1 was still in the thing.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
He's right, though.
I love Hiro.
I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms,
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Number 1.
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
A regular hammer?
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Shit.
Shoot!
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out.
I think maybe I need to grab
How was
Justice
the
Hammer
culprit
5.
able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers!
Oh.
And, that's about it.
I think maybe that was probably the thing.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice
Yeah, that's
Hammer
right.
3?
So it's gonna be the spotless hammer on the last one.
Shoot!
What was used to kill him? Was it maybe Justice?
Well, there's one. How was the culprit? How did nobody... Sounds like a Justice Hammer! Check out murdergear.com...
Well, one thing seems pretty... The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice...
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong. The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi. Now,
like tweaking
all
over
the
there.
hammers in the repository were
left.
covered in flecks of
at
grit
him go.
and debris. But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
Huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma Files note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
And whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We did talk about it, but if you can get someone to become the Blackened and set it up, and then you kill them. Oh, my mouth is on fire.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it...
There we go.
No, that's wrong! Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in the scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders.
There was two murders.
Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan.
Because he's a moron.
And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful! How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
Effort made to convince us the two murders were the same is the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that back from the very beginning. is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Tuka really is amazing, although she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now!
True killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, in the end murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Alright, chat, do you know who it is? I know who it is! Do you know?
Celeste!
Here's my answer.
Monokuma?
Celeste.
I mean, he was everyone. Monokuma was
So I'm the
cause of
suspicious
everything.
individual now, am
Wawa!
I?
Hi, big brother!
I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi.
Hello, big brother.
The
How
idea
are you?
that I would choose to spend any amount of
Welcome
time
in.
interacting with him, that I would go within 10 feet of that shit for brains, that lazy, worthless goddamn idiot!
Where'd her accent go?
Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear, there
Just got
is
home and
evidence
fished the
to
movie
support
the
it.
Hell yeah!
Is that so?
It is.
Is it nice? Do
Throughout
you
the
love it?
investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
It's nice to have your own space. Also weird. I believe that. Screaming. Encountering the suspicious individual. They're the only two that did.
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice
I'm sure moving is
firsthand
probably
were
really
Celeste
weird, like having your own
and
spot.
Hifumi.
There's a
Shush.
high chance that
The
I'll be
adults
moving
are talking
sometime
now.
soon. What the fuck, Byakuya?
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever
And I'm
laid
like
eyes on the
super
costumed
nervous
individual.
about it, like moving out.
If we accept
'Cause
that
I've lived
Hifumi was
here,
one of the culprits, we can't help
ever
but
since I was
suspect what
3.
Celeste has said as well.
And so it's like,
Are you
I don't like
saying
the idea of moving out, but also
everything
I
they
do.
told
At the
us
same
was
time,
a
it's really
lie?
weird.
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we
I'm
all
nervous,
began
but also
our search
excited.
for
I'm
this
just kind of like
individual,
decided
correct?
to like do it scared.
And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow, something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she
It
claimed
was the same
to
for
have
me,
seen.
but the feeling of having your own space will rid you of any nerves
Next,
about
to
moving
draw
out.
us
Hell
all to
yeah.
the physics lab up on the 3rd floor,
I really hope so. It's scary
She
at first,
let
but
out
knowing
a
that you have space and it's
blood-curdling
yours is so
scream.
nice.
and when we'd
I
all
bet it
come
is.
to
I'm
see
looking
what was
forward
wrong,
to it.
what was it she said?
I'll be living, I won't be fully alone. I will have, a flatmate. One of my coworkers, and I would be moving in together if this happens. And I think it's gonna be super cool. But yeah. Yeah! So, I am looking forward to it,
Once
but
she'd done
I'm
her
nervous.
job of getting
I'm
us all up to the
nervous.
physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Oh. You're gonna be broke? I'm sorry, big brother. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm worried about, is like, I'm gonna have to get a second job, which will give me like less time and I'll have to work a lot more, because right now,
to get us
I
to
work
divide
very
into
little,
2 groups.
and I know
so
my
that
parents
we
are
would
very much
discover
like,
both
oh, you should be
bodies at
working
the
a
same
lot
time?
more than you already do.
fact,
And I'm like,
Celeste
but
was
I
precisely
really
the one who
don't
proposed that we
like
split
that
up.
idea. Like, I know I have to, and I'll do it, and I'll be fine, but I don't like the idea of, like, slaving away for a job all the time, you know? Celeste was controlling this whole situation. I don't know, Chad, if you noticed
if
that,
Celeste
but she absolutely
and Hifumi
was.
were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected. And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it? It was your way of telling him, we are on the 3rd floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
I
You're not
just
denying
realized
anything.
another strange thing.
Hi, Julie.
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
Remy! Thank you for this Prime sub.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You
Also
wanted to
hit with
make
an
sure
ad.
we wouldn't
Oop.
have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
Now Remy
Hina,
can also spam the
you were
emote.
with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
I just got crumbs all over my bed.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
I got crumbs all over my bed.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
What are you cooking,
I didn't
big
even
brother?
catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
I must barely be enjoying this, enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
She
Then
wouldn't
pay
have known.
attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the 4 of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead. Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
That's true.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
How would she have known?
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
What is he alluding to? He's alluding to the fact that she shouldn't have known that Taka had died yet.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here.
Welcome back.
We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it?
Yes.
What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
Oh, so I need to go pick up those guys and then put it there, I think. Or maybe I need to put So Strange in the other one. I don't know.
All I said was, they must really be enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are all going to die. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to... What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
I think we need to do it the other way around.
Shoot!
All I said, they must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die. And that is.
And that's all it takes to finish this. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die, just like those.
There we go. Did it.
No, that's wrong. That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys died. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
Makoto, no, that's wrong. That's right.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right?
Yeah.
So let's put the suit on, and then...
No.
Then she used the camera's timer to...
They put Hiro into the suit
set up
and
the
just,
picture.
While
You've
Hiro's
so
knocked
quickly
out.
forgotten. You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer. In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away. If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
Stop talking in absolutes. Adult's getting you killed right now.
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
She keeps speaking in absolutes, which is like one of the main things that is like getting her right now. I think. Oh my god.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Except we already
No,
established that the suit doesn't bend.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that. Because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
Can't bend at the waist.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it. That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
I want to play chess. I'm good at chess.
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate? Celeste? Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not?
Yasuhiro.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro. In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name.
Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance.
Damn.
Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No, there's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
We don't know that.
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well? Do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Fine! Make sure your ear holes are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Then show us your handbook. Show us your handbook. If that's your name, that's what it'll be on it.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name...
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
Why is it upside down?
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me...
Except for the e-handbook!
No, that's wrong. That's it! The handbook!
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right?
Yes.
Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that. There are a few cases of this not being my favorite case.
Handbook, and
I think
clear
the
up
biggest reason
everything.
is towards that. The cheese's answer being my last
That's how
name
we can find
is
out
the first
Celeste's
name.
real name.
Why would she tell if you're compared to everyone else being accomplished
That's
when
an
she changed
invasion of
that?
privacy.
Yeah, I don't know how he
refuse
knows
to
that.
cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
I was wondering a moment ago,
when
like,
I'm
how
putting check,
did
it's just my
Hifumi know
nature
her name?
not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Alright, here we go. So let's see. That's him dragging away the body, that's time. Well, I know where this is. Oh, I have to click and drag it. There we go. Okay. I don't think that, I'm not sure if that's right. I could go, I think it would go here. The voice acting does slap, yes. Oh, I always get so lost in this kind of stuff. Oh. Okay, so there's that. So we're not going to be using that. Okay, so... Oh, I hate clocks. It's the library where they found him. I don't think that's right. So that would be the time, which was 6. Which of these clocks says 6? Oh. That says... Oh no. 1 a.m. So that should be the hero clock. This clock... That says 7, right? No, wait. This goes here. Oh, there's the camera. Question mark. That says 7 o'clock, right? That was Justice Hammer. Oh, I'm getting them all mixed up. My time is up.
Is this really the end for all of us?
Yes, I would like to give it another shot.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay. Okay. So we said that's that one. That's that one. Question mark. Always just see how many we get right. Oh, that's supposed to be Justin Hammer too. Where did I put it? What goes here? I don't know. We'll try this and see how it goes.
You! Before anything,
Okay, that was right.
Hifumi,
I didn't
with
mean
an
to skip
accomplice,
that. My bad.
the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
Okay. We're doing okay.
First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit. Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with it,
I will say the one thing
they
about this
shoved
game
him,
is like
still unconscious,
that gives
into
it
the pool room
trouble
locker.
is it's kind of like I feel like a lot of it's very like vague, if that makes
And
sense.
then
Like
finally,
the options that you have
at
to
6
choose
a.m.,
from
they moved into the murder
are a little
phase of their
vague.
plan.
And then they're like, "Oh,
They
this is
called
the solution,"
Taka
and
to
they'll
the
explain
equipment
why
room.
it's the solution. But sometimes it's a little vague to like be like, "Okay, understand how like this connects to
And
this,"
that's where Hifumi
without
killed
having
him, making it the scene of
explained
the
it
first murder.
yet. You know. I don't know if
The
that makes any
murder weapon
sense.
was
It's kind
Justice
of like
Hammer
whenever you're
4,
like in a game
which
and
was
it's
left
like
there in the
multiple
equipment
dialogue
room.
options, and you click one, and when you
reason
click it,
Hammer
it
number
says
4 was
something
used
that
was
is
to
not the
create
exact
confusion
dialogue
about the order
option,
of the crimes.
and you're like, oh, that didn't do it at all what I thought it was gonna say. Like your character
So,
says something
next they
unhinged
falsified
because
2
you
more
clicked one
assault
small
incidents.
short
For these
option.
attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify
It
Robo-Justice
kind of
as
feels
the
like that
suspect.
sometimes.
The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room.
Except you have to like deduce what the
There, the killers wanted us to
unhinged
see
statement
Justice
your
Hammer
character's
1
about to say
and the
is.
Robo-Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story.
100% right
With
there.
These two incidents,
a prime example
the
of that
killers were
is
able
the
to create
theory.
a certain preconception in our minds.
About your theory is the alphabet game you play.
That
Who's
the
supposed to get
suspect was
schizo?
increasing
Right.
the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did.
Exactly. Like,
we fell right into their trap
They
and started
want you
looking
to
for the suspect based on that.
put these strings together, but they're kind of like the strings don't really match. Like, this doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, and then they make it
While
have
we
something to
did
do with
that,
what we're
we
talking
left
about in the
Hifumi
dialogue. And it's
alone
like,
in the
okay,
nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
I think that's the one thing that like this game suffers from, and I can't remember
He let out
if
a
it gets
scream
better.
to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found.
I will wait. I will wait.
Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared.
Are we back? Are we back from ads? Welcome back, chat.
But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act.
Welcome back.
Their
All right.
plan
So
all
as I was
along
saying, I'm
was
like,
to
I
kill
don't know if the
Hifumi
other games
and
got
get
better
rid of
at
the
this. I
one
can't
person who could
remember.
betray them.
I feel like maybe they did.
And they did it
'cause
using
I
an
think I'm
ordinary,
thinking
everyday hammer
I've kind
from
of
the
recently
repository.
been playing like the last
should cover
one. I
everything
haven't
that happened
beaten,
in
or
this
the third
case.
one. I haven't beaten it yet.
And the villain
I need
behind
to.
it all is...
But I don't remember having as much of this issue when I was playing with it. They do and don't, yeah. A lot of it is just, it does feel like really vague stretches, and then, you know, like once they explain it, it makes sense, and I'm like, okay, I now understand how that connected. But a lot of it's like
Celeste,
hard to make that
sorry,
jump unless you
you
really like
lose.
think. I've not even started the third warning notes about spoilers.
I'm
Okay,
lost?
yeah, I won't give any
When
spoilers.
was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Yeah?
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no. Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
She give up?
So, you finally accepted it.
You do better in some
I'm
cases,
the kind of
but worse in
person,
others.
once
Mini
I've
games
lost,
in
I don't like
in the
things to
second
drag
game,
on.
for example. I don't remember what the mini games were.
Interesting.
I got an A? Okay.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin. Or, no. I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
I remember this made me so upset during the first time I played this game because I loved Celeste.
What?
It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you were totally correct. The Blackened this time, the true killer who devised this whole stinking scheme. What? Celestia Lunenburg, or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was my mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Then you did use, you know. I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice,
Indeed.
I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean... Is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you're the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you, alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
Are you okay with
It was
this?
Taka. He stole it.
So
And I
then...
have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found a use for that digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier and took a picture of it there. I deleted the pictures as soon as I showed it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him! But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for me...
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
As for
He
me...
came to my room last night unannounced, and then... It's hard for me to even say. He abused me.
What?
He took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no other choice.
Damnation!
Damn, she lied. It's a crime, an absolute crime. I mean, I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but...
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far. So you did lie. Byakuya was right. I forgot about that too. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
Most
Wait,
unfortunate.
please, if you go now, you will be playing right into his hands.
Actually...
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka is going to try to kill you.
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself. That bastard.
This is unforgivable! Completely unforgivable!
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? I fucked his voice up. See?
I swear,
I have to save
her!
Actually,
Then, would you like to join with me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan. Eh? I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect of that item held on him was remarkable. The power of love, even as love twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it would seem. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. What's the strange costume? Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt, too. I don't know how to do an accent now, because I'm like, she loses her accent. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I know he'd make something like that. It's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But...
So, why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you were stupid.
Huh?
That's it?
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. Damn! I feel like I could cry.
Well,
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you would actually let him live?
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death. He just barely held on. And he really believed that? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Fumi, the plan was... While you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody would doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie of the level of opponent. In fact, Hifumi hated up. He believed the lie so wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
so in the end...
So you had planned to kill him all along. But of course! There would have been no point in my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
Don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about
No,
that.
he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million that Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. The moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But
all along you've been saying about how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch!
Obviously that was a lie.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hated it from day one. More than anyone else in here.
You little bitch!
I wanted to get out. Every day was fresh torture. You want to know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for me...
And it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
Isn't it
To
wonderful?
live in a European castle.
A castle?
And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butler/bodyguards.
That sounds pretty dope.
And I was going to make them all dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. Once I obtained that, I would have crafted a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you
That's all
understand?
there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pleasure in that. It is not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette.
Hey,
You'd just get executed again.
Celeste smiled. Then, when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she would fool her own feelings. But that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak fake smile is what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay, then let's get her. The black and disturb the peace, they must pay the price.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this.
What?
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then, take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Alright guys, here's where the scary imagery might start, so just be warned. This is your trigger warning. I don't remember which one this is, how this is done, but yeah. Ah, the burning of the Versailles Witch. I'll read chat while we're watching this, because there's a couple chats that I didn't. The Penguin Gambit not only doesn't improve its clues, they ended up putting a whole new twist on it where you had to wait for your two of the same letter to be on the screen at the same time, and if the wrong letters collided in each other, you take damage. Oh, that does sound vaguely familiar.
It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and...
Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and some more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez, and here I thought you were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me
What
out
do
of
I
here!
care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but the reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Ooh.
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh, how exciting.
Oh man, oh geez. What do you mean, what did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's time I got out of here.
Well?
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying the rest of your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
See ya later!
Ugh. Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although, it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko. Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well, we better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going on alone from here. Everyone else is head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
what?
Why exactly are you going alone?
so...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You. Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just gonna draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay?
Huh?
So Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Yeah.
So then...
We need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. and as the locker swung open, we saw...
You really came!
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe, thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So...
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait a while longer. So now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we talk a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come in here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried. Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that...
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too? No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me. Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
And maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then...
That's fine.
Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see... What I heard from Kyoko then was... Well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I told Kyoko I believed in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided to confirm what she said. She'd told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action. Alrighty. I think we are gonna call it here, and we will investigate what Kyoko said she found next time. Save. Because I have to go do more of Mom's hair today. Yippee! Alrighty. Let me do this. Let me do this. Whoop! We're gonna transition over there. And... Let me save it. Yeah! It's a good... I figured that was a good stopping point. Let me close this out. There we go. Alrighty, how we feeling? We enjoy it. We did the trial. We won. We got a much higher score than I was expecting. It said it was all A's, which I know is probably not like the best. There's probably like S or something. But still, I was expecting not to get straight A's on that. Let's see here. I'm thoroughly enjoying playing Danganronpa. Cloud error. Why is there a cloud error? Unable to sync. What do you mean unable to sync? Retry sync. Don't lose my save data, I swear. It better not. There it goes. Okay, it's good now. Alrighty. Let's see here. Let's see. Danganronpa is a pretty good series. The only thing that makes it me take that statement back is the shooter. Yeah, I have played the shooter one and I didn't really like it. Oh, it looks like an ad break. Oh. So, let's see here. Let's see here. Just gonna copy that. There we go. Ads are almost done. Then you'll all be back. I'm waiting for y'all to come back. Are you back? Come back! Come here! Come here! There we go. See, you're having fun dancing. Who's dancing? Am I dancing? Or is Julie dancing? Julie's raging. Julie, why are you constantly raging? But yeah, I tried to play the shooter game, was not into it, never finished it. I am currently, technically in the process of beating the third one. I just haven't finished it, because I was going through, like, a lot of, like, anxiety attacks and stuff, and the, deaths were, like, fucking with that. So, yeah, I decided, like, I just kind of kept taking really long breaks from it. But now that we're playing it on stream, I'll probably go in and restart that one eventually. Let's play Super Animal Royale. I don't even know what that is. I was thinking about doing another Nancy Drew game. You could be a little fox. That sounds fun. I like little foxes. I was debating another Nancy Drew game. We're gonna beat this Danganronpa game, and then we'll pick a new game to go into. And maybe do some Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, because I haven't done any Yu-Gi-Oh! And I keep saying I will. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just, I don't know, earning the points for all the decks and stuff. It's like, eh. Nanari games? What's that? I've not played that. It's a free 2D battle royale game, and basically Fortnite, super cute and silly. I see, I see. You can dress up your little guys. You really like those dress-up games. Any game where you can put clothes on something. That's a game for you, isn't it, Julie? Any game where I can buy in-game cosmetics is a game for me. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. But yeah, I was thinking of, doing... I'd call them the nerds games in, murder mystery category. It just lies in an escape room along with different endings based on which path. Interesting. So it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. Interesting. Hell yeah. But yeah, I was thinking, do we like the idea of doing another Nancy Drew game? Because I have a bunch. We should do a collab stream for Monster Prom. Monster Prom. I've heard of that. I don't know what it is. Is it like a dating sim or something? It's a dating sim? Yeah. Have y'all seen the trailers for that new dating sim? The one where you can date anything? And it's literally like romancing your furniture. It's so good, and multiplayer you can play with friends. Hell yeah. Multiplayer dating sim. I wonder how that works. Not played a Nancy Drew game, and Monster Prom is more specific. A competitive dating sim? You have to out-romance? And yes, I've seen Date Everything. Got to play. Yeah, it seems so funny. Maybe that's a game I should invest in for stream whenever it comes out. We should play Date Anything. We take turns playing. I see. Interesting. Fascinating. Do we want to do a dating sim on this? I don't know that I've ever properly played a dating sim, like an actual dating sim. I've played Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon. There's romance in those. Got to romance the game itself. Maybe I should do date everything. Date anything after this. After Danganronpa. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll do an Nancy Drew game. Maybe we'll do date anything. I also have a list of game recommendations from Lonnie. So, we got a lot of options. But I think we'll probably take a break. So, like, once we do Danganronpa, we're not gonna immediately follow it up with Danganronpa 2, because I want to give it, a bit more time, do some variety, pick something else, and then after a while, we'll do Danganronpa 2, and then after a while, we'll do number 3. I think that seems like a solid plan. And I think we should do another Nancy Drew game sometime in there, probably do some Yu-Gi-Oh! And find some more miscellaneous games, such as Date Anything and maybe some others. And do collab art streams. Julie, I'm looking at you. Julie, I'm calling you out for this. I'm calling you out. Collab art stream. All good if I can even watch them. It's so busy. Last time I caught a stream was in chapter 1. Oh, Jesus. That is a long time ago. Yeah, and I haven't been streaming as much because, like, I've been really busy too with work and doing my mother's hair, and also now with the potential of moving. There's so much that's been going on. Oh my god, I can't even. That's why my streams have been so sporadic. I'm still trying to figure out a good medium, but now I'm probably gonna be getting a second job also, so it's gonna be even more, like, difficult to find a day where I can, like, just stream. So we will see how well it goes. I'm gonna continue to try doing at least one a week or so, because I know I didn't really do one last week. Making up for it today. Whatever. Anyway, y'all get it. I'll figure it out. It'll be great. It'll be grand. It'll be excellent. And we'll all love it. And we'll all sing songs and stories of things. Right? You agree with me, right, chat? We'll sync our schedules so I can catch one of your streams more often. Hell yeah. Alrighty. But with that, I think we are going to go ahead and raid Yet Lavi, also known as Lavenderish Fox. It looks like she changed her name recently. She's doing art stuffs, and yeah. I think we should go check out what she's doing. Looks like she's making stickers and, like, animating and stuff, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. So let's go on over there. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Yet Lavi. Boop. There we go. There we go. Name it. It looks like she got a new PNG to her profile. Yeah! It looked like that too. Oh, that's what I saw. But alright. We are moving out. Everybody, you know the rules. Get out and be nice